X-marks as well.
It looks great.
Yeah. So
They have to have mics.
No, there's a micro bit's not there.
Okay.
The radius is really good.
Okay.
How it records, how well it records.
Yeah, but I think it's easier for them not to have mics.
I find
Yeah.
mics create something they never faced before, an additional pressure.
Exactly.
It's booming, it's too loud, it's too quiet.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought about this and I thought, we don't
It's
have that facility, and I thought, let's leave it the way it is.
absolutely it's a better solution.
And
all the teams will appreciate it.
this room's okay, and I've been 100 times here. You know, there's a mic on the desk there, right? It's booming when you talk through it. These are new, so in terms of those hanging up, so they pick up for streaming, they pick up, they're really good. And anybody, the acoustics here are good.
It's good too.
Of course, I have a broken chair as well. Worse than half broken. So, X is for the judges, the second row, and X is double.
Behind the judges, of course.
So that's
Very good.
Good to go. What's the other game? I have looked at it. Back to
For the industry is even stranger than the younger solution. It could be. I think it's depending on whether they are really. You might have something in the team that is already used to playing these kind of games, especially within the North American, because I think 50% of the consumers over here they are American, or not. Of the American users are supposed to be already have tried at least Robert once or so. So they really, yeah. But you know, good job.
They're not first, he's first, but still, this is good. No bad language in there, the stream starts recording on any just. So don't talk about it because it's going to be on
You mean your ears haven't been burning?
Everything else is, my eyebrows or so.
I didn't make it to that.
I know. Yeah,
But
we're good.
I know where you're at.
You know exactly.
Exactly. I know it's right.
You know.
Exactly.
Dan is right now. You look. You look. He's fake. Right. Yeah. Okay.
They've done it. We were.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were thinking about 15, 16.
Yeah.
15. 15. Thank you. Yeah.
16 months.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
Well, what was it, 16?
You know, well,
Counting from the air.
16.
Well, that's it. We do that.
Roma, 17, and 18.
I had 4 minutes to do all that, and they did something wrong. The way the case was written out, that they got eliminated. They had too many opinions.
Oh.
Yeah. Back when we had permutations. Oh, I haven't seen it either, so. No, I wasn't.
Some of your students might be Robert users, I think.
Yeah.
At least, given, let's say, the numbers in the case.
I have no idea. It's just something I don't have to use here. I'm getting old.
Yeah, I just.
Damn, don't go there.
It seems strange to me than the industry report files actually.
Not really.
In retrospect. You're making your I know. No, that's okay. I really needed an example of that formula. This, my kitchen display 20 years ago, get rid of and then you can do thingies and buy things and build and
It's
it is straight. I think by now it's level. So
and all the
universe, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Just get okay.
And see what it's still that I understand.
Yeah.
There's somebody somewhere in the office going, something hard. Who's that money? And then we'll research it very quickly.
I hope they will
We
use
got
an
the-
avatar running through a digital custom journey. That would be the right move.
Or as you say, right there, you call me one day and I said, I can see your avatar. Okay, good. Very back here. Let's go get a good seat. Yeah. The cheap seats are at the back, the ones in the front are $100 from. We're reselling them. Okay, so, you know, for monetizing, that's fine. For monetizing,
That'd be one way to pay for things. I'm gonna go right in here by the in front of
You
the.
want some grab a water? You want some?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
All right, guys.
Yeah, I think I'll go in
We
here.
have a couple of people, the only rule is don't sit in front of the next, that's all. The judges go in the front row, the next one goes to the. Again, is the second next row, maybe, nobody is, or those set X's.
Notice who is first, the coaches. There's a couple. There we go. Yeah, grab your spot. Nice place. So did you girls have a good time last night?
Yep.
I heard that there was lots of fun.
We were together, actually.
Oh, actually, the coach went too?
Yeah. So it was fun.
They keep knocking to the ball.
They kidnapped you.
I will put it in the
You're
window.
young enough for those things. So did you find some good things to buy?
We did, actually, yeah.
A little.
It'll probably all fill up, so eventually. Oh, these are low seats.
Quite low.
Yeah, we're going, whoa, I kept thinking, when are we gonna sit? So do you guys leave in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Report around 9.
Okay, we leave Friday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, that way they have tomorrow to go do fun things.
That's cool.
They're picking out what they want to do tomorrow.
Flew in early.
We flew
The
in.
park late.
Well,
What a
I,
life.
oh, yeah, right. I recorded a lecture and handled visa issues this morning. But, no, I've always given them an extra day to kind of as a reward for all the hard work, but as part of coming is being able to see those things, so. And I also know that I've learned in the way back, you don't try and get them to leave early in the morning the day after the final parties. Trying to get them out of the rooms packed and into the airport is not worth it.
Yeah.
I had one girl, I was trying to get her going. I walked in the room, they were supposed to be ready a certain time. Everything is everywhere. We're supposed to leave in 15 minutes. She just takes everything, throws it, she puts on some clothes, throws everything in the suitcase and stands there and says, I'm ready. She has no socks and shoes on. It's like, so Jenny, it's 40 below out. Are you really wanting to walk around? Because this was up in Winnipeg, Canada. Are you really wanting to go with no shoes on? I've had some interest. I could tell some interesting stories.
Yeah.
It's sparkling. I'm not sure if you like sparkling.
Now, look at it. Thank you. So Virgil, what have your kids thought of all of it?
Excuse me.
What have your students felt with all of it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, enjoying.
Good.
And you also in a.
Yeah, of course.
It starts just like Formula One.
Yeah, and you get done.
The lights are green and then, and
Yeah.
then Friday afternoon, now it's the afternoon.
Yeah.
And then you go back to.
You go back to that. I found out on last Monday before we came that I had to go to Vegas for a conference, the 10th and 11th of April, and I had not planned on it at all because of this and stuff, and it was just like, okay.
Yes, I only hear you. Go here, NIBS. Do you do things at university at all or not?
How do you think I get things done?
Well, eventually, it's also,
Well,
you're there for a long time. So,
yeah, I'm in my 27th year,
so
but yeah. And just think, I spent 20 years in business before that.
so you know how things work and.
Yeah.
And you make it a bit.
I'm extremely well organized and I can plan ahead, you know, and all all four of my classes this semester are asynchronous online, 2 of which were completed just before spring break because they were half semesters. So it makes it more flexible. I never thought I'd like teaching that way, and during COVID, it wasn't that, you know, we had some of that, but because I always liked the engagement with the students, but now at this point in my career and the flexibility it's given me, like next November to teach in Thailand, it's like, okay, this is cool. This is a good way to phase out.
It takes some time to get there, but once you're there.
Yeah, but yeah, well, that's what got me through the last 2 years of NIBS is my organization skills.
It's a hell of a job.
So. And like yesterday, I got the dates. I've got some from Bruno's University. I've got 3 people from the accounting department coming to campus and solidified the dates yesterday. And now I'm planning the itinerary. So I'm so excited that UND joined NIBS. The big partners of our university since '08. And long-term friendships, relationships. Finally convinced them this was.
Well, you know, in the end, it's also people's business.
Yeah.
Get to know people, talk, convince. But you also see sometimes the moment someone, I mean, if you would say, okay, I'm done, I deserved it, I'm retiring, and then probably a lot will.
But I'm not ready to do that.
No, but you get my point, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of people, they retire and 6 months later they're going.
No, also that, but especially the connections, the things you have in place. If you don't.
Maintain them, yeah. Which my boss, and I think you met Mary Connerly, she keeps saying, well, how are we going to find enough people to replace you because I play so many different roles? Well, I didn't say I was going to drop everything. I've even let Roger know. I was running up and down to the reception desk, right with pen, I would sign, and I'd take pictures.
Yes, but it doesn't matter.
Even the dress today,
I had to succeed.
the Arnie's Barney. I gave up. Just like I tell her. They all died now.
I try not to.
That's good. This week went fast. Seemed like it was gone. Like we dropped one round.
No, she's really at the beach. I think so. Yeah. Who? Yeah. It's like in Spanish is in a costume. So, but I don't know. is how the difference in English really. But yeah, but en Sverige är cosa. So she is.
We're starting at 10. We're getting that point. One version there's only one version on the ski.
I won't buy, I promise. Yeah. I've done my students on the first day, and they're always welcome to my office. I don't know.
They're always afraid of it. Until you say really and they know that you're coming.
I just don't bring it out right after that, right?
Yeah. Good, I'm pretty good.
Welcome to the championship of 28 and NIBS Worldwide Business Games. At this time, guests turn off all their mobile phones and mobile devices. As a courtesy to the presenter, please do not leave until both presentations Q&A session, RPG. The team presenter today is from Athens. The presentation will last a maximum of 15 minutes. I will sign to the presenters when there are 10, 5, 3, and 1 minute left. Team members, please nod after seeing each sign to confirm you have seen it. You must stop when I indicate that time is up, even if you're not finished. After the presentation, the judging panel will have 10 minutes to ask questions. I will sign to the presenters and judges when there are 5, 3, and 1 minute left. Once again, you must stop when the time is up, even if you're not finished. Now, I invite each member of our judging panel to introduce themselves.
Hello everybody, my name is Paul O'Reilly and I lead TU Dublin Growth Hub, and today I'm acting in capacity as the CEO.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Donald O'Brien. I'm a lecturer here in Global Strategy, and I'll be taking the role as Chief Strategy Officer.
Hi, my name is Colin Bohanna, and I work as a business consultant and advisor for startups and scale-ups in the technology space. Oh, and for the purpose of today, I was the Chief Revenue Officer.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tenkiti, and I'm the head of the School of Marketing and Entrepreneurship here. For the purpose of today, I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Roblox.
Hello again, my name is Hamad and I'm Senior Client Success Specialist for Indeed in London, and for the purposes of today's presentation, I will be Chief Operating Officer, CEO. Very best of luck.
Thank you. Hello everyone, we are Advanced Consultancy Group, and today we are on the mission of providing Roblox with advanced solutions for the sustainable growth in this such competitive industry. Firstly, to introduce my teammates, today I'm here with Itza, our operations specialist, Dana, our creative marketing director, Remco, whose first language is finance, and me, Stephanie, responsible for the option analysis and strategy recommendation. Quickly, the plan for today is firstly going through the key issue identification, then we have the analysis, followed by options and our recommendation, how to implement it, and some final words, conclusion. Before looking at the company analysis, we need to understand what shapes the market that you are in. We have a very volatile market that's defined by two other markets, for example, the technology sector and also the venture capital market, because they are investing in you. Secondly, we have huge changes in the customer profiles. For example, there is 30% increase in the users of age 13 in your company profile. Lastly, we have the government regulations and global competitors. Firstly, the different cultural views from the metaverse that you're operating in, and there's more focus on safety and security of the data. A key takeaway is that the nature of the market requires long-term vision instead of short-term solutions. The dilemma of your company that you identified, what monetization strategy will allow Roblox to grow while driving excitement and engagement within creators and the users. There are a couple of subparts that you need to consider, like the new features of the implementation, as well as the partnerships and the community. The vision that we have for Roblox with this implementation plan is that we want you to become the metaverse utility by creating a shared space where everyone shares the same opportunities, and this would allow the company an increase in users, sales, and bookings. Going through the analysis, your company has multiple strengths like the brand awareness, the fair value chain that we'll look into in a bit, but also there are some weaknesses. For example, the complicated financials, as well as the huge dependency on creators, and you have only 600 of them. However, there are multiple opportunities like new geographical areas, development, also strong interest in your industry, which needs to be protected by the threats of competition, volatility, and just other technical factors. Our recommendation for today is focusing mainly on the stakeholders and looking from your company's view how you need to differentiate every solution. We have 4 stakeholders. First, we have the developers and creators, the partners, the brands that want to advertise, and the shareholders, since you're a publicly listed company, as well as the users, your final client. Before we can say anything about our recommendation, we need to know that it's crucial to act now? Because we can see, based on your financial statements, that the share price is decreasing. Also, the bookings as well by 10 times every year, as well as the users. Going through the options that we have today for you. Firstly, we have advertising, which is basically implementing brand ads that you have considered before. Secondly, we have the scarcity economy, where all items will be sold in a limited quantity. And thirdly, we considered introducing an entry fee that all users need to pay. All of these have something in common. They focus on the revenue stream, as this is one of your problems. As a key takeaway, you need to focus on the fact that the company has multiple options to diversify the revenue, but the long-term vision is needed in order for you to succeed. Now, Insaf will explain why we chose our decision.
So based on various criteria, including the profitability, the operational feasibility, and also the long-term suitability of the options with your company objectives, it was obvious that the scarcity economy scores the highest on the scale. Now, to look into it and zoom into more on this strategy, what should you do? That every item that will be sold on the platform will have a preset quantity. The who are you as a company, your customers, the developers, the creators, the partners, and the shareholders. The results of this strategy should bring you growth, profitability increase, and also a share value increase. How this can be done? Through the following implementation plan. To zoom into your partners or main criteria to consider are the developers, which create the experience using the IDE Roblox Studio, the creators that create the accessories and animations, and you have two types of creators, the verified ones and the non-verified ones. The partners, which are the brands that want to advertise and market their products and services on your platform, as well as the players, which are the end users that buy and resell the items they buy. Now, the new features that we recommend you to include are for the developers to introduce the premium features in the studio Roblox, so they can unlock more features and give the best experience to the users, as well as introducing the developer skills courses for them to improve and increase their skills. For the creators, we also suggest introducing a design course for the non-verified creators so they can balance off with the verified ones, as well as giving them the two first designs for free in order to encourage them to stay on your platform and be a loyal creator, as well as introducing the manufacturing fee, which is the main core point at this for the creators. For the partners, we suggest to explore stronger relationships across the brands, and for the players to monitor the reselling price they use. The value creator for each of these elements is the following. So for the developers, they will create more fun experiences with the trainings you give them, and also with the more features they unlock through the Roblox Studio, as well as hiring the engagement rates. For the creators, they can now differentiate their products since the supply is going to be limited of the items they produce, as well as they both feel supported with the initiatives of getting two first services for free. For the partners, they will be able to broaden their audience reach and also have ease reach with your customers since they're going to be used to the limited edition principle. For the players, they have the exclusivity of the designs, but also the fair price they can get when they want to buy the resale items. For the one team, one heart, we realized how important and how heavy you invest in your people. So we suggest that you actually continue investing in them with hiring 12 backend and developers and ethical hackers to make sure that your servers are safe and that the algorithm you use cannot be hacked, as well as other employees for consulting the brand, which
My colleague will elaborate more on that. Thank you, Insa. Market the change. Communication is key important for you. You need to be transparent to your community. You need to communicate with all stakeholders in different ways. You have the internal communication via the game announcements and also the social media platforms. You have the developers and you have the developer conference, which will take place in a couple of days. And also you have the brands you need to communicate with. And my colleague said already that we hired consultants because you need to help them how they market within Roblox. Social media announcement. You need to, with your users, you need to communicate internally and also via social media. Let's have a look at the social media campaign, Roblox, what's next? The campaign will take place on Instagram and TikTok. Why? To spread awareness of the change and within the community to be transparent and clear what it is all about. Showing new features and changes and with convincing content about the features. You will measure the engagement, the views and comments and also feedback. And you will also measure the impressions and visibility that the new announcement has. Moving on, the very important part, partnerships with the brands. Scarcity, the brands should benefit from it. So the goal is to have 7 big brands on board in the first year. Roblox is first of all in the position to control the brands on how to establish the presence within the meta universe and the Roblox games. And it's very attractive for the brands through a very fine badge that allows the brands to differentiate their products in the game and also have a pre-sale on limited collections that allows a higher price. And also Roblox allows them to open their stores to have an experience. The long-term vision of this is that this makes the first steps for the meta universe and that the e-commerce is accessible for the meta universe. Moving on, for Roblox, it's also important to address CSR, building bridges and promote safety. For SDG number 10, reduce inequality, it's inclusion of all demographics and through the cut of the secondary market transaction you will have, and also inclusion through the translate feature, and also SDG number 17, establish partners with non-governmental and governmental organizations to drive ethical online behavior and ensure the safety, because that is one of your visions of the company. Roblox will drive inclusion of all countries and safety for the users in the meta universe. Now I will hand over to my colleague Remco.
Thank you, Lena. So taking a look at the numbers, we felt that for your solution for your problem, we had a budget made of 16 million in total, including these factors. You can get the money from either cash or angel investors. We saw that you don't make profit, however, there's a positive cash flow in the previous years. As stated, it has a negative profit, as you can see with the net margin. However, we want to target a net margin of minus 20%, but that also means that it's getting better. As we previously stated, we have novel features, and that also creates new revenue streams. These 5 are the new revenue streams of Roblox in total. And taking a look at the next slide, you'll see that the daily active users will grow as both as the revenue divided by either different factors of the new revenue streams. And as you can see, the bookings, which means the money, the real world money going into Roblox, is the biggest factor of the company and the biggest revenue stream. With this revenue growth, we want to target the new stock price of Roblox of $80. Moving on, not every project goes flawless. There's a couple of risks up ahead that might cause a problem. However, we want to mitigate them, and as you see, the first 2 are more technological oriented, and the third one has to do with using developers. But we want to focus on the authenticity of Roblox and the creativity of its players. Taking a look at the timeline of the project. First, we want to implement the features so that it's more short-term focus, and in the end, we want to elaborate more on these features and actually go live, but it's more on the long-term vision. Now back to Isa for the conclusion.
Thank you. Now, in order for your company to guarantee the growth and also multiple profitability sources, as well as guaranteeing an innovative future for your company, it's very important to focus on economy scarcity through adding new features and focusing on all your different players within this chain. Thank you for listening.
Now 10 minutes Q&A period.
Questions were meant from our chief strategy officer. Thank you very much, everyone. Can I take you back to some of your early analysis around your SWOT analysis of our company?
Yes.
Why do you think at this point we haven't been able to make profit so far? What's your assessment of why that has happened?
Yeah, based on our analysis, your company does record that it has a positive cash flow. It's because when people buy the robots, it takes a while before they actually make a profit, they make money from it.
Yeah, also to add, there's quite complicated bookkeeping because of the nature of the business, and it takes 20 months in order to process the whole payment and transfer from bookings to revenue. However, the high research and development costs are also another point that you need to consider why, there may be a negative result.
In terms of you also list out the stakeholders there, which of those stakeholders deemed as being the most important, or how do we add value to those stakeholders?
Well, from my point of view, I believe they're all important. At the moment, you need first to focus on the user experiences because this is what drives your business. However, shareholders are who powers your business, so you need to find a way to balance all of them. And I believe that with this plan and suggestions, we try to have the balance of value creation. Go back to the value,
So is there a danger of what you're suggesting that it could, is there a risk with any of those stakeholders in terms of the plan that you're putting forward? Could some of those stakeholders react negatively to what you're suggesting?
Actually, with the support you're giving to your stakeholders, developers, creators, and also the brands you're working with, you have higher chances of actually attracting more and keeping the current ones than actually risking them going to another platform, because you're offering them the opportunity to grow first on the professional level, but also you're giving them advantage with the new subscriptions. It's true that they might pay the manufacturing fee to start with the design, but that's also protecting them from the high supply that is now in the market. Because one of the main issues you have is the high supply with the designs. So the creators can no longer distinguish themselves and differentiate their designs from others because there's a lot of demand, a lot of offerings in the market. But with this, with the manufacturing fee, the quantity is going to be limited of what they offer. They have to pay for it, so everyone get the same chances of making a profit within your organization. That's when it comes to the creators. As for the developers, they also get a chance because now with the course and with the premium features on your Roblox studio, they can use more and give more, and then you allow them to be creative and offer the users the most of the funniest, most fun experiences.
Our Chief Revenue Officer has some questions.
When you said you're going to bring on the 20 brand consultants and you want to try and bring on 7 big brands, what kind of companies will you be targeting, particularly in the early stage of this process going on?
Yes, we will first target fashion brands because it's all about clothes, how the avatars look, and we will first target the main big fashion brands like sport brands, but also normal clothes brands. So it's because it's this marketing approach, of course, it's very different from the normal advertising approach the brands normally would do because they need to create an engagement with the user. And so we also need to really focus on like with the brands together on developing this, because at the moment there's not a lot of research on it, how it really affects the people. So we really like the fashion is the first thing we go with the clothes, because it's the easiest and the user is really like affected and sees it because they want to dress the avatar.
And once you bring the brands on board, who will own the management of the relationship between the partners and the developers and the creators? Who will that sit with?
Yes. If you can go back to the HR slide, there's a new team that we suggest you to hire to manage those accounts. Each one of them is going to manage a different brand to be able to build long-term relationships, because we suggest you to aim for long-term relationships instead of a short-term one.
I'm Chief Marketing Officer.
Okay, thank you very much, team. I'm interested in how you're going to tell the story of these changes, and in particular, I'm interested in how you're going to ensure that these changes are being perceived as being aligned with our values.
Yes, of course. Like, as I already mentioned, the social media campaign is crucial, but also like for us, the most important part is the engagement with the community, because it's all about Roblox is like basically one big family, as you know, and you need to engage, and you need to also listen to the feedback you will receive via the internal channels, but also like via the comments on social media, and you will just, yeah, you will obviously like post the new features, and you will like convincingly post the benefits with like, yeah, content like posts and videos, but then you will also like implement their feedback, and it's like really that you're in constant exchange with the user.
Okay. In relation to your proposal around SDG 17 and partnership for the goals, given that there's very different from territory to territory, there's going to be very different opportunities to partner with organizations. Do you have any concerns around being perceived as greenwashing in that respect?
No, because it aligns with the vision of your company, and we seek for governmental partners, especially in the data protection field. So we are really caring that all our users are safe. This is the main, this is crucial to be, this is crucial as success. And also we don't want to greenwash. It's really clearly stated in the mission of the company, and we're just caring about every single one of the Roblox community.
And that's why at the beginning you need to focus on one geographical area, not enter everywhere with multiple, just prioritize depending.
I'm our Chief Operations Officer.
Thank you very much, guys. Just from an operational side of view, and I know you guys did mention adding in new features, but from your plan, can you confirm what specific measures are in place to ensure a continued positive experience on the platform and minimize churn related to virtual commerce?
Yeah, okay. I'll start. You can add to each other. So firstly, with the price checks, we will make sure that all of these price hackers, price consultants, so to say, check the price of the different developers, whether they are in line with what we would suggest, with our requirements, and
the requirements of the company, so you make sure that it's strictly safe and nobody's going to benefit for example, verified service to keep it safe and get risk mitigation. Also, maybe some data breaches or people who might take profit from it. We want to make sure that your company stays safe from that point.
Yeah, with audits, constant audits and rules and regulations that would be shared with these developers when entering the new strategy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Following the scarcity model that you're proposing, we know that only 1.3% of our users currently spend money, but are we asking them to spend more? And how are we going to convince them to spend more money in the scarcity model?
Well, if I may start, as you saw in the financials, indeed, 1.2% actually spends money on it. However, you can also get money due to experiences, and 1.3 billion is referred to bookings. And you can also use the secondary market for resale. So for example, if a brand has promotional content, then someone could get it for free because of the brand deal, but they can sell it on the secondary market. And that's how the market will grow naturally. And also the players who don't want to pay real world money, they can also still get involved in the secondary market.
And if I may add to that, maybe most of your customers don't spend money on that right now because they don't like the options offered and the non-exclusivity features. So maybe certainly with this solution, there would be more options because the developers are going to give more experiences and also the creators are going to create limited editions that will strive your users to actually get this exclusivity feelings with the products they purchase.
Let's go, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll do this one and then we have a break.
Yeah, like in the filter, it's
The middle one.
Welcome to the championship final of the NBA NIBS Worldwide Business Series competition. At this time, we ask you to turn all mobile phones and mobile devices. As a courtesy to presenters, please now leave the vocal presentation and the Q&A session are complete. The team presenting today is from White Humor. The presentation will last a maximum of 15 minutes. I will sign up the presenters when there are 10 5, 3, and 1 minute left. Team members, please nod after seeing each sign to see if you have confirmed. You must stop and indicate that time is up, even if you're not finished. After the presentation, the judging panel will have 10 minutes to ask questions. I will sign to the presenters and judges when there are 5, 3, and 1 minute left. Once again, you must stop when the time is up, even if you're not finished. Now, I invite each member of our judging panel to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul O'Reilly. In the real world, I've worked at TU Dublin and in Proto, but today I'm the CEO of Roblox.
Hi guys, my name is Dr. Donald O'Brien. I'm a lecturer here in Global Strategy in TU Dublin, and I'll be taking the role as Chief Strategy Officer.
Hi, my name is Colin O'Hana. I'm a consultant and advisor to startups and scale-ups in the technology space, and today I will be Chief Revenue Officer.
Hello, I'm Dr. Tanki and I'm the Head of School of Marketing and Entrepreneurship here in TU Dublin. For the purpose of today, I'm the Chief Marketing Officer.
Thank you. Hello everybody, my name is Samad and I'm a Senior Client Success Specialist with a team based in London. And for the purposes of today's case, I will be the Chief Operating Officer. Very best of luck.
You may begin the presentation.
Please raise your hand if you have struggled during the pandemic due to a lack of social interaction as all experiences shift online. Roblox executives, this is the consumer demographic that you will be targeting. Now imagine if we had a platform for all of those experiences so that you can interact with each other. My name is Lena and I'm joined by my colleagues Evan, Kyle, and Cam at Diamond Consulting. Here are the items listed for today's agenda. We'll be going through the issue identification followed by the analysis, alternatives, recommendation, and recommended implementation strategy, and concluding with our synthesis. Diamond Consulting prides itself in creating crystal clear strategies for firms. We have identified the opportunity for you today. Roblox has the opportunity to connect 1 billion people by reinventing the way people interact with one another by 2030. However, there are 3 key issues preventing you from doing so. Those being the regional differences, as different regions have different levels of disposable income, the monetizing brand interest in a metaverse with the various revenue streams, and fostering an environment for the large-scale interaction. In order to solve these issues, it's important that we conduct an analysis. As such, I would now like to invite my colleague, Evan, to conduct the qualitative portion.
It is imperative to understand the internal and external factors regarding this situation. First off, we have a primary strength, which is the ability of Roblox to differentiate yourself as a product. The developers that create your ultimate digital product is essentially free, just altering a factor of your profits over to the developers. A primary weakness, on the other hand, is the cost, the infrastructure applied, whether that's CPU memory, infrastructure, or even the hardware that's required. And then we have some external factors. Your opportunity being growing in areas such as Eastern Europe, South America, and Asia. Aligned with these growth areas are the introduction of increased global economy developments, which we will examine further on in the presentation. And lastly, some threats. So that aligns with the users and developers already being accustomed to the game right now. So how is that going to look as you later on transition through our implementation strategy? In summary, Roblox must leverage global expansion opportunities in order to consider the user and developer experience in that transitional phase. Moving on, let's take a look at your target market demographic, where it is right now and where you want to be. Where is the money for your company? Right now, you are targeting ages 9 to 24, that's where the demographic is currently, and 48% of your users are under the age of 13. So we really want to get into that older segment in order to drive a more sustainable segment to earn that long-term profit for your company. These users are also aspirational. For example, if you want a Gucci bag in real life and you only have $6 in your bank account, maybe you can get it at Roblox, but maybe you can't get it in store. So what is the desired demographic for your company? This is more in the 17 to 24 age range, with the focus moving on to these later age segments. Now that's going to grab that sustainable age demographic your company wishes to go after, more money in the long term. Now there's a higher likelihood of customer retention. We don't just want these customers to enjoy your product for 5 years and then move on with their life. We want to offer these services that the consumers will carry on for the rest of their lives with them if possible. And there is also the desire of this demographic to shift the work, shift the education experience towards online, and really hone the skills that you may not have to go into a physical environment to experience. In summary, the key takeaway is to transition to a more sustainable and more profitable target demographic. Moving on, I'd like to reintroduce my colleague Lena to discuss the financials.
Thank you, Evan. Going through a brief financial overview, it is noted that the earnings before operations and tax is negative $465 million, and the profit margin of this is negative 24%. So over the years, it seems that there's been a decline in profitability, and there's also a decrease in growth from the last 2 quarters in terms of revenue and bookings. The interest coverage ratio is at 67, which is great because it means that as interest payments come in, you can pay it back 67 times. And going through a visualized chart at the bottom here, developer exchange fees and research development take up the bulk of the operating expenses. In summary, Roblox must enhance monetization to recover from the declining profits and finance initiatives through debt as we were able to do so. I would now like to invite my colleague Kyle to discuss the strategic priorities.
We laid out the key issues facing your company along with an analysis in order to determine the strategic priorities you must set. These include to develop different revenue streams that broaden your target market, introduce various advertising policies to cater across multiple brand identities, and create a platform that introduces users to be able to positively interact globally with people around the world. And now I'd like to introduce my colleague Evan to talk about some alternatives.
So we have developed 3 distinct alternatives in order to promote future growth for your company. The first one being Roblox virtual reality. Now, this is going to involve a lot of research and development. You're essentially going to partner with a VR manufacturing company in order to make your own VR headset, and that's going to be available at different segments. So in order to cater to a global environment, you'll have a cheaper option, a more premium option, and something in between. Moving on, there is the secondary market method. So you already have experimented trying to delve into this approach. Now really focuses on offering products on the secondary market. So instead of just offering these products at an unlimited supply, you're going to have them on the secondary market, going through that scarcity approach, which you examined earlier, and that may drive down prices, which could be a con going down the long run. Lastly, we have an edutainment alternative. Now, this is going to focus on global expansion and through the education and entertainment channels. Now, this is going to offer free or paid offerings through programs and the introduction of advertisements and scarcity through your items. Some pros and cons of alternative 1, the RDR strategy. This is going to align with your vision of metaverse utilization, although there are many cons that outweigh it. Now, the global affordability concerns, is the technology there yet? How long-term is this really? Will it crash and burn in the short run? And there's younger demographic privacy concerns. If we wish to offer many programs through a VR headset, how might this younger demographic be protected from data collection, from privacy, from security concerns? Moving on, we have alternative 2, the secondary market method. Now, this will attract a vast majority of a new segment, although it isn't really long-term in its approach. We have several cons outlining this strategy. It's a short-term focus. There's uncertainty in the long-term durability of its direction. There is an item price that's unprotected on the secondary market. So that was your main concern. Is it really going to drive down the price floor of those items and ultimately not do very well in the long run? Lastly, we have the edutainment alternative. Now, this is going to provide versatile affordability. Whether you're in a working class segment, whether you are more well off, there is going to be some programs or product offerings that you may be able to afford. And there are further expansion opportunities. So once that initial launch is done, that's not it. There are many more channels, many more revenue streams that we can explore going through this option. An only con is there are a lot of steps for it to get from point A to point B from the long-term implementation. Now, through decision matrix, how much is it going to cost? How much money is it going to make you? And are users going to be able to transition into this new strategy? Taking a look at the decision matrix, each of these pieces of criteria are weighted equally. We provide care to each of them from an equal basis. Now, obviously, edutainment, it wins with a score of 20, secondary market coming at a close behind, and great is going into profit and global expansion as two of the highest alternatives with this method. I'd like to reintroduce my colleague Kyle to discuss the recommendations.
Thank you, Evan. Our recommendation to you today aligns through our strategic priorities. Building an edutainment service which will offer consolidated e-commerce platform on Roblox, rethinking education and the way people interact and learn, and connecting 1 billion people across the world and different regions and incomes learning together on your platform. And now I'd like to introduce my colleague Candy to talk about the short-term strategy.
In order to successfully implement your recommended strategy, there are changes that are required to your operations, marketing, and human resources. In the short term for operations, you should use a rental approach. Let customers rent some of the items instead of buying them indefinitely. Charge a cheaper price, that way they're still able to have the same experience, but they won't have to pay as much as well. You should also begin pairing up with developers and along with brands in order to create a portal for brand and virtual stores. And new items that will be created and sold will only be limited to limited availability and quantity. Marketing the Roblox Next Step forums to let customers know and your customers and shareholders know your steps, including the limited quantity private market, immersive app formats as well. Under human resources, enter contracts with the verified developers along with brands, hire additional content creators, and you'll also need an external team for the agreements with the brands regarding the portal experiences. This is an example, either they can rent for $2.99 for 30 days or buy it indefinitely for $8.99. For medium operations, create a consolidated third-party e-commerce platform using the portal services that you are already interested in, and also begin developing your edutainment experience through a joint venture with an online education institution. You should market the Roblox social media to let customers know about new item drops. You should also scout online education institutions, hire external negotiation team, and hire a partner with influencers along with additional marketing personnel as well. I'd now like to reintroduce my colleague Kyle, who will go over the long-term implementation.
Our long-term strategy is to launch the edutainment platform that you've worked on in the medium term and expand your course offerings, offer vocational courses and free beginner English, mathematics, and basic tech skills. Respond to emerging trends and issues from increased users using your app by hiring web developers, and promote have a commitment to EDI, which includes promoting education to women, which is in line with SDG 5 of gender equality, and decent work, which is Sustainability Development Goal 8. For marketing, advertise the new course offerings in new regions and use digital marketing in order to increase your exposure to these new areas. Also, update your company website to explain to customers and shareholders your commitment to sustainability and EDI initiatives, and have post-course questionnaires determined to reduce inefficiencies and improve the course offerings. Also, for human resources, hire ESG or sustainability compliance officers and edutainment managers, including software engineers, computer programmers, and data and security professionals. Your joint venture platform would bring students from Roblox into these new online course offerings using an online education institution, and it would take place over the 3 years of this timeline. Now I'd like to reintroduce my colleague Lena to talk about the financial implementation.
Thank you. To implement this strategy, it will take until 2030, spanning across the 3 departments in operations, human resources, and marketing. The total cost to implement this strategy is $22 million per annum approximately, with the key benefits of achieving $1 billion in net income by 2030, profitable by the year 2030, and 1 billion users by 2030. The ROI calculate was 67.23% approximately, with a payback period of 2.98 years. And this ROI was calculated using this pro forma statement with a pessimistic sensitivity analysis of 1%, assuming a 30% tax rate. Key note here is that there will be approximately $1 billion in revenue by 2030. I would now like to reintroduce my colleague Kyle to discuss the risk mitigation.
There's 3 key risks associated with our implementation strategy. First is digital privacy, which we believe can be mitigated by separating based off of user friendliness. This continues to create a separate experience that would protect kids from having direct advertising. The second risk is keeping customers as they develop new interests and hobbies as they age out of your initial demographic. The mitigation strategies to offer programs with a wide range of target groups. This is by offering different course loads for different hobbies and interests. And the third key risk is customer dissatisfaction from these courses, which can be mitigated by updating the course offerings by the customer feedback surveys that we recommended in the long term. And now I'd like to reintroduce my colleague, Nina, to synthesize a presentation.
Thank you, Kyle. Therefore, by implementing our strategy, you can achieve an expansion of the global to reach 1 billion users, diversify your revenue streams going over to the edutainment system, and foster a conductive learning environment for all students. Thank you so much for your time. We would now like to open the floor to questions.
Thank you, guys. Can I take you back to some of your earlier analysis and your assessment of why our company hasn't made profit to this point? Why do you think that has happened?
It's due to the accounting policy that you use, because it's the accrued revenue. You don't get it; it has to be amortized. So you are making a lot of revenue, you just aren't able to recognize it right away. And due to that time shift, it's showing that you actually, because your operating expenses you do accrue right away, it's showing that you're net negative, which isn't true. Well, it's true, but it's not accurate due to the bookkeeping policy. So the accounting policies don't fit in the favor of how your revenue is recognized.
And to add on to what my colleague Pam was mentioning, from a more qualitative standpoint, you notice the big surge in revenue increase within that 2020 sort of range. So your revenue being increased further on, going back to the age demographic that you're going after, you are noticing a decline in revenue after when this age group has gone back to their normal lives, moving out of the pandemic. So we really saw the revenue drop off after that point, highlighting some of that lower growth.
So I'm interested, do you think it's mostly down to our accounting practices, or is that mainly the case, or does what you're recommending here, does it give us different revenue streams? How do you think the solution that you're proposing addresses our issue and profitability?
Thank you for your question. Since Roblox is located in America and uses the generally accepted accounting principles, revenue isn't recognized until the service is performed. So by using our strategy, since the service is performed right away, we can use that revenue and include it.
That's what my colleague is saying. We're talking about the rental program. So we're recommending that a company, for example, Nike wants to sell shoes in Roblox. Customers should have the opportunity to just rent that. It could be a limited time offer, 1 month or 2 months. That way they're getting that service and it'll mitigate this risk.
One last thing, in terms of moving into the education space, do you feel, does that align with what has been valuable about what we've done up to now, or is there a risk associated with that?
Yeah, so your company has a goal, has a mission of bringing people together, of establishing a community. And yes, video games is a great way to do that, but we feel you can expand on this vision in order to bring in these other sources of income to not only mitigate this risk, but foster long-term growth.
Thank you. Question for you, you did say that the 17 to 24 demographic, you have a higher retention of that demographic. How did you come to that conclusion?
It is your
appealing, right? We want to keep them for longer, we make more money from them.
Yeah, so it is your fastest growing segment existingly. And why would you want to go this route? Because these consumers in the 17 to 24, they can take these skills, learn through our program with them, and carry that through on out their lives. We've already examined some areas of diversification through offering yoga classes and things like that older generations may be more accustomed to. So by really grabbing onto this segment, especially if you move even older than 24, you can expand the lifetime of your wished after segment.
And just to add on to what my colleague said, the younger generation also has less available disposable income. The older they are, the more disposable income they have. And in your case, the region where there's more disposable income, you are also more profitable there as well.
So the edutainment strategy is key to keeping that demographic. Is that correct?
In a sense, yes, you could argue it's key to keeping that 17 to 24. For example, if you have a university student, maybe they want to take an Excel program, maybe a PowerPoint program, and you can offer that through Roblox. And it's not just stopping there. If you want to take programs that the world is your oyster with regards to what you want to offer. So you can carry that later on through further developments in the long-term strategy.
One final question, sorry. Why then are we only starting the edutainment piece of this strategy in the medium term, which is in 2 to 4 years, rather than in starting the work in the short term? This is going to be a key part of our future.
Yeah, noted in the pros and cons. The main con being there are so many steps in this process. It's a tedious process. We don't want you to jump into this and crash and burn, as my colleague Lena opened up with, in the first 2 years. We're going for that 10-year plan, not the 2-year plan.
Thank you.
Chief Marketing Officer.
Okay. From the marketing perspective, how would you tell an authentic story about this departure towards edutainment that aligns with our values?
So one of your core values is about thinking long term. And what we want to do is, in the long term, be able to connect 1 billion people globally through through an edutainment program. We think by building this, you will be able to connect these people, and if they can learn the skills together and help grow your company, and like you said, maintain 2 year projects.
Okay, and can you tell me a bit more about that? What is the story that we're going to tell to our community?
I think everyone here experienced the effects of COVID and how it was to abruptly go online, especially students who probably have the most difficult time during that time, going from in-person interaction to only being able to interact, which wasn't even a true interaction online. There was no human connection. We want to create a virtual classroom where you could still learn and still have that interaction if needed be.
Okay. In terms of sustainability and telling the company's story around sustainability, you've noted a couple of the SDGs there. I wondered what your thoughts were on SDG 4, quality education, as it relates to this strategy.
Absolutely, thank you. By having an online edutainment platform, this will increase the ability for people all over the world to achieve education. And so people in places where barriers might exist for traditional education, they can learn new skills and increase their skills and experience and education through your edutainment platform.
Okay. And given the carbon loads of a service like ours, do you have any concerns that there might be accusations of greenwashing?
Sorry?
Do you have any concerns that you are positioning yourselves as a highly sustainable company in the context of being a high carbon load bearing platform?
But we actually determined the strategy based off of the large increase in international students a lot of universities are seeing. We think that is a much worse strategy in order to increase global education. By having an online edutainment platform, students will be able to learn from anywhere in the world, and it will reduce emissions because they won't have to fly all over the world in order to get their education goals.
Thank you very much, Chief Operations Officer. A very quick one from me, with the new demographic you guys suggested, that means we'll have more users on our servers, and with these online classes that stay for longer periods. Do you think that our current cloud platform is scalable and resilient to handle these increases in volume? And do you think it is scalable and resilient?
Yeah, absolutely. So even tying on to that long-term approach we're going after, we are already seeing expansions in terms of bandwidth with regards to technology. So as opposed to having a current classroom size of, say, 30 people, if we want to really bring that together, there is going to be a more amount of users on that interface on your platform. And with technology improvements over the years, minimizing costs as well, that's really going to be the approach in the long term. So taking advantage of technology infrastructure improvements in order to cater towards the expansion of the platform.
Just to add on to what my colleague said, throughout our recommendation, each term we recommend you hire more people to your program development team, including data security specialists, to continue to mitigate the risk of the increased bandwidth and increased user amount.
Just a very quick follow-up on that. Do you guys, as consultants, believe we should outsource our servers to some AWS? Will we be saving money in the long run?
I believe one of your main core competencies is that you have developers who work for you. If you have over millions of developers to help you with this task, I don't think outsourcing is necessarily needed. You can use the developers you currently have to help build these classroom experiences in your platform.
Thank you very much.
Looking at your different recommendations from different phases, can you explain to me how excitement is going to be maintained? I'm just a little bit concerned that the excitement that has built our user base at the moment and our developer and their engagement, how is that going to be maintained?
Your core function of being robots will still stay the same. This is just an attachment and an add-on to making better. So users will still be able to use robots the way it was intended, but now they'll also be able to receive education if needed and interact on a global scale with students all over the world.
There's a lot of emphasis on the older demographic, the ones with disposable income. But are we neglecting the younger demographic who have been a big driver of our user base?
Yeah, so there already will be those existing games that are offered towards the user segment at the beginning, but the ultimate goal is to shift away from that younger demographic and cater towards the older demographic. So yes, in a sense, you could say.
Sorry, the time is up.
First wave of matches, so nice to see all the coaches and all the students here in this room seeing the finals. There will be 2 more. We have a small break, and we really have to stick to the schedule, so everybody has to be back at 3:35 sharp. 3:35
Well, we're leaving. Oh, yeah. Ah, there's some seats down here that nobody's in. So what did it cost to take the train back yesterday?
€3.90.
How many?
€3.90.
Oh, something like that. Okay, because my boys were asking about going back out there, what it would cost. I think Jeff was in the.
€3.90.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, it will be less because we went further than the main station.
Oh, okay.
So it will be even less, but
okay.
€3 something.
Okay.
Let's go to the announcement. I did see the last one. Was it good?
Yeah.
I only saw online there.
Oh, you watched it on the streaming? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not the second one, but the first one.
Okay. Yeah, the second one is even better. All right.
To be expected. Session this morning was also good.
I was solving problems.
I guess.
I have 3 time zones I'm dealing with right now. China here and
China's going like
that's what was going on. I have programs where I have Chinese students coming and they need to read the application stuff done. And I had to provide letters and they didn't send me the correct way to say their names the first time. So then I wanted them all done. I don't have a printer, so I send them to the reception, go down, sign it, take pictures, and send it back.
The Chinese are always also with meaning.
Oh, yeah.
Because what's first and last name, and then they have to rest them.
Yeah.
Take off and then.
Well, the way they typed it on their profiles, they had a lot of the first name split. But on their passports, which they hadn't sent me, they're typed.
Okay.
So they were all worried they wouldn't get their visa, so I had to change everything from the original letters.
Yeah.
So did you party all night? Did you party all night? Not as much as the night before?
What?
Not as much as the night before? Yeah. Okay.
What out there?
Yeah, not, everybody just took off?
Well, but it's like
Oh, yeah, okay.
on my stairs to wake up, I talked a lot of them.
So what time do you guys leave tomorrow?
Fly at 5:20 afternoon.
Oh, well, that's, oh, so you can sleep in if you want.
I don't know what checkout time will be.
I think it's noon.
So in the morning we start at academy at
Yeah.
I think around 2:30.
So how long is the flight?
1.5 hours.
Okay. Our last flight was 1 hour, but we have 3 flights.
Yeah.
We'll get back in UC Rapids about 9:30 on Friday night.
Oh. Now it's
Oh, that's right, yeah, it's our next.
But I'm with the office now. We'll pay the clock. Train home for 2 hours. So around 5 hours.
Okay. Okay. We have an hour and a half drive from the airport. But my pickup is parked way down. So I have to run and get that. Yeah. Two of the students are riding back with me.
No process to them. Land, kept the luggage, which will probably take time. And into the train station, which is directly underneath.
I know, I've been there.
And then it's 2.5 hours in the train. So the train is longer than the flight.
One of the things I really went, one of the trips, when I took students to Ghana, we had an all-day layover in Amsterdam. And I love the fact that the airport had just set up where you could store your carry-on stuff. And it would take you out and show you the guidance for it and back in time for your flight. Oh, it's most fantastic. No, you would have to, yeah. I would think you would.
How are you? How are you?
Later, okay.
So, I don't know, I just
Different ways of outlining,
Now that you got it,
Yeah.
All right, please everybody take seats. We're about to start. Very tight schedule, sorry. Just wait a second, wait a second. All right, you ready?
Hello. How are you?
Thank you.
Welcome to the championship final of the 28th annual NIBS Worldwide Business Case Competition. At this time, we ask you to turn off all mobile phones and other mobile devices. As a courtesy to presenters, please do not leave until both the presentation and Q&A session are complete. Team presenting today is from Carleton. The presentation will last a maximum of 15 minutes. I will sign up to presenters when there are 10, 5, 3, and 1 minute left. Team members, please nod after seeing each sign to confirm that you have seen it. You must stop when I indicate that the time is up, even if you're not finished. After the presentation, the judging panel will have 10 minutes to ask questions. I will sign up to the presenters and judges when there are 5, 3, and 1 minute left. Once again, you must stop when the time is up, even if you're not finished. Now, I invite each member of the judging panel to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul O'Reilly, and I lead the TU Dublin Entrepreneurship Learning Centre Growth Hub, and today I'm the CEO for Roblox.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Colin O'Brien. I'm lecturer in TU Dublin Global Strategy. Today I'll be acting as the Chief Strategy Officer.
Good afternoon, my name is Colin Bohanna. I'm a business consultant and advisor for startups and scale-ups in the technology sector. And today I will be the Chief Strategy Officer.
Hello, I'm Dr. Tankity and I'm the head of school marketing and entrepreneurship here in TU Dublin. The purpose of today, I am the chief marketing officer.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Hamad and I'm a senior client specialist with a team based in London. And for today's purposes, I will be the chief operating officer and CEO. The very best of luck.
Growing up, my favorite part of the day was when I came home from a long day of school, opened up my computer, and hopped online with my friends to play games. Now, my parents didn't see the value in immersing yourself in a whole different world, but I and 58 billion daily users do. Hi, my name is Subi, and I'm joined with my colleagues Quinn,
Alex, and Nicole.
and we are Raven Consulting. Today, we'll show you how to take Roblox to a whole new level. Now, in order to do that, we need to understand your current situation. First, what is the big strategic challenge? That would be to increase the cash flow in the virtual commerce by leveraging brand, engagement, and your scarcity economy. Now, deep diving even further, we can break this down to 3 key issues. The first, the inability to recognize revenues instantly. Second, community dilution through external ads. And the third one, to maintain growth on your platform. Now, key considerations for these is the first, to have new long-term revenue streams. In addition, to retain the authentic user experience that your users have. And lastly, to expand the Roblox user base. Now, our recommendation is called the Scarcity Superstore. But before we dive into that, let's take a few steps back and analyze even further. I'd like to hand things off to my colleague, Quinn.
Thank you. Looking at the video of dual strategic options, we see that there's both a scarcity and an advertising avenue for revenue. For the advertisers, we can see that through them joining up and innovating on your platform, there can be great opportunities to connect with your users. And with the scarcity economy as well, there can be innovation found through the developers and through its creativity with the community. So by combining these together, it'd be a great way to create long-term revenues. I'll jump in a bit more into your company. We can see your company's values are the core to your community and the success over the years. All the way from the taking the initiative to prioritizing the community over all else has led to your success and the community that's built upon your company. Going further, I'd like to pass over to Nicole.
Thank you so much, Glenn. Now, it is important to do an industry analysis in order to understand the industry in which your company operates in. As you can see, a couple of highlighting threats is that the South American as well as the Indian market have low disposable income, as well as the aging out users no longer wish, they prefer to transition to other media platforms. In terms of opportunities, we can see that there's a new generation shift from using platforms such as Instagram and Snapchat to using platforms such as Roblox. In addition to that, there's an expanding target market to 13 and 17 plus year olds, and that is a growing market. In conclusion, we can see that the takeaways here is that retaining older users is really important, as well as increasing the low income revenues. For opportunities, we can see that the fast growth potential and increasing consumer market is very important in this industry. Pass it over to my colleague, Alex.
There are two groups of users you are targeting. The first group, the younger one, that grow with this platform. They are here to find new friends and getting new experience. However, this group, they are very vulnerable for misinformation, and that screen time as well as the spending amount depend on their parents. The second group, the colonists, they are us, the older one. We don't know about this platform, and the reason we are here is to, and try to adapt to a new technology that we are trading right now. However, they're interested in multiple topics that you can targeting into, and they have large spending amount that you can definitely leverage. Therefore, in order to win these two groups, you need a versatile marketing strategy in order to win over them.
Now let's talk about your current financial situation. First of all, your revenues have been increasing immensely. Congratulations. In addition, the issue is the changes in the deferred revenue account. Now, because of the accounting policies and procedures, you're not able to recognize these revenues right away, which is leading to your consolidated net loss. This is a major issue, and you need to make sure that any investment project that we take is able to realize the revenues immediately so that your stakeholders and your shareholders can have a more positive outlook for your company.
So where does that leave us? We've come up with 3 strategic options that I'll dive into to help remedy your company using the analysis given. First is the scarcity superstore, second is the educational economics, and then finally, the innovative influences. Let's jump into the first one first. When it comes to scarcity superstore, there will be a developed superstore that the players will be able to interact with, where brands will be able to bring in their own portals while also placing advertisements in the superstore. This will be able to tap into 2 marketing budgets, both the experimental and the traditional, while also avoiding any FTC regulations about immersing them too far into the current player base, while also getting the scarcity in there, we're bringing players in to a secondary market to really bring people into the community. Jumping to the next one, we see the education economics. This will be able to put the scarcity items into the economy, creating something that people can learn about. Doing this and partnering with educators and financial programs to bring it to schools to show more children and really get connected with them about the education around economics. And finally, the innovative influencers will be partnering with the developers that already love and to grow your platform to make them even more connected to the community to ensure that the scarcity items are branded with external brands and their own personal brand to make the players feel more part of Roblox. So we judge it on the decision matrix here. Some key points I'd like to point to is the first scarcity superstore, which scored 5 in an authentic community. We went for this number because when it comes to the superstore, it'll be not only community driven, but brand driven, giving them a unique sense of community that they get to shape. Additionally, when it comes to future revenues, this is also 5 as it incorporates traditional, experimental, and the scarcity aspect. We'll go into this deeper in the implementation as it scored the highest. When it comes to our implementation, we'll be going through operations, HR, marketing, data, and finance. First, operations. So what does this look like? When it comes to the scarcity superstore, this would be a physical experience, a virtual experience that users will be able to log on to and experience uniquely to themselves. These brands will be able to market exactly to the users that they like, and they'll be able to interact with them through portals to go and have those unique experiences like previously done through brands. This will be also a great opportunity to bring in the scarcity, as brands love to put out these scarcity items to incentivize users to use them, and then invite more people into the economy. There'll be the secondary exchange market in the superstore to really encourage people to go through here and experience these brands. And this will be done through the internal R&D process that you have on hand to develop this idea. Going forward to what it looks like, this is a mock-up of the drawing. And we'd love to bring the real-life dynamics into Roblox to really connect with both those natives and the colonists who love to use Roblox. As you can see, the developer spotlight is also a key aspect of this to bring in new developers up, especially because that verified badge can often be a big barrier to entry. So this developer spotlight, put them next to the brands, will allow them to compete well in the market. Going forward as well to the value chain, when it comes to your scarcity, you'll be finding that the revenue generated from this is manufacturing fee from the item creation, and then in the primary market or the profits, your company will take a 30%, and in the secondary market, there'll be a 2% transaction fee that can be reinvested in the community to bring more people into the economy. Because a lot of times, when especially these developed markets, they do not have the disposable funds to join into this market, so that will be given out in drops and community events to allow more people to engage in the Roblox community. Now, I'd like to pass it on to Nicole.
Awesome. Now, when taking a look at HR, we have broken it down into 3 categories: mall development, brand recruitment, and research and development. For mall development, you currently have 1,600 employees in your company, with 75% of them being the engineers. We are predicting that 300 of them will be used for this project, which is about 25%, to help out with R&D, and they will go through data and security training. For brand recruitment, we will need to hire a marketing officer as well as 25 staff in order to help out with reaching out to brands in order to bring them on board. Now, why is this important? Well, based on your core values, we believe that taking the long view as well as getting stuff done is very important to you, and as such, it must start with HR. In order to make this happen, you will need to transition 300 of your engineers into this new project, as well as recruit 25 new staff. And who will be part of this project are the engineers, marketing team, as well as R&D. I'd like to pass it over to my colleague Alex to walk you through the marketing strategy.
In marketing, you need to help both the brand and the user to transfer from the physical world to a virtual world by leveraging the data you have to create a personalized experience for your user. The step in marketing includes 5 steps. The first one is the virtual brand development. Identify the brand entity that you are collaborating with, matching it with the right customer segment. Next, creating the virtual offers at that item experience, and moreover, for users who attend or visit the store frequently, they can win a prize that they can convert at the physical store to link back to the physical world. Next, launching the app in the internal platform using immersive apps such as billboard, bus stop, or capability in the world. And finally, utilizing user data. So for each user, they're gonna have a new different interface of the mall. So let's use store that match their preference, and they also can add new store. They can just new store add to their preference to create a more personalized experience for them. And finally, we're gonna announcing the opening of this store in the virtual world at the physical world by connecting with the brand blog media outlet. This is how the personalized mall would look like for each different group of customers. For the younger one, the brand can be band Nike, or the brand may Marvel Interaction. For the older group of customers, it can be for Tommy Hilfiger or artist engineering. So since we're using data, we need to focus on how we can protect this data. We're going to use end-to-end data encrypted, and for consumers who are below 18, we need them to attend a data cybersecurity training. And for customers who are below 30, they need their parents' contact information in their platform for emergency contact. And finally, we're collaborating with educators to launch a video campaign focusing on cybersecurity fraud and developing an incident response plan.
Now, looking at the finances of this, the expenses are around $40 million. The This would be mostly for R&D as well as HR to hire those new marketers. For R&D, we estimate about 20 million initial drop and then 5% thereafter. As well, for expenses, for revenues now, we have a few different revenue streams. So the first, we have the brand store leasing of the mall. We have over about 100 brands to be in those malls and work together. We'll have different tiers. So this will be leasing revenues for those monthly leasings. That in turn will increase the amount of items that you have, the amount of items that users will buy, which is why we can see a huge increase in the manufacturing fees. And then we have also increase in in-game transaction fees of 2% for the secondary market after the users initially buy them. So this plan will have a higher income that will bring your net income to a positive outlook for your investors.
Looking at timeline, it's plan going to last for 4 years. The first 2 years focusing on building the platform, building the malls, and hiring more developers. The second 2 years are focusing on the marketing of it, building more brand and reaching out to media outlets. During this process, data training as well as user protection package development gonna be a recurring event we're gonna be focusing on this year. And finally, after this 4 years, we're looking to expanding to the Asian and African market with our secondary market strategy that my colleague has mentioned. We also want to focusing on the more medium and small creator, making them an influencer of the platform and targeting the niche market.
Now, no new project is without risks, and as such, we have come up with a very thorough risk mitigation plan. I want to draw your attention to the very first risk, which has it's a medium probability, however, it does have a high impact, and that is brands that are being a little bit hesitant in terms of joining this metaverse platform since they're not very familiar with what it is. And as such, to mitigate this, we will offer a step-by-step plan on how to recruit them and bring them on board and ensure that they're being supported throughout. And now to ensure that this plan is very successful, we recommend that you have 100 partners by 2025, as well as increase bookings to 3 billion from your current amount, and then increase users to 200 million by 2025.
So let's work together. Let's take this out of the box idea and put it in the box, in Roblox. Thank you so much.
Team, we have now 10 minutes for Q&A period.
Start with questions for Chief Strategy.
So to get the question, we can take it back a little bit in terms of your assessment of where we are currently. The reason that we haven't made profit up to now, why do you think that is? Do you think it's purely an accounting issue, or what's your assessment of why we haven't made profit?
For sure, I can answer that. So a big issue of your net income is that unearned revenue. Looking at your financial statements, we saw that there was a huge revenue increase, and with that came a huge increase of the unearned revenue. With the US GAAP policies, you cannot recognize all of that in-game spending instantly, which causes the issue that there's a big loss in your financial statements. You have the unearned revenue to realize over a 25-month period. So essentially, a transaction that happens today is being spread out over 25 months. So what we believe your company needs to focus on is increasing revenues that you can occur right now. You have a positive cash inflow, but your net income is low because of a lot of the accounting policies.
Currently, a lot of the users of the platform, a very small percentage who actually pay any money for using it. How are you guys going to address it, or how do you feel your solution addressed?
Oh, I think that's a great question. So when it comes to the users that aren't currently in the Roblox economy, as we put it, that aren't spending money, it's at 1.3%. We encourage that by inviting them in, by giving them these in-game items. It's been found that once they become part of the economy, even if it was they're not spending money within the economy that are like gift cards in, by being able to get those Roblox from brands, that will be able to contribute, especially with the 2% transaction fee in all post-market trades. That will be able to take someone out of the economy and be able to reinvest it to make sure that people continue to play and use the game. So that number will increase as the brands come in and give out and stimulate the economy.
Do you feel there's any risk from your solution that it potentially undermines what a lot of our users like about using the platform currently? Do you feel there's any risk in terms of what you're suggesting?
We have thought of that and we have evaluated that as well. To maintain the authenticity of Roblox is very important to your company, and especially if taking that into consideration with the implementation here. This will not take away from the authenticity and the reason why the consumers are joining this platform. It will actually encourage them to join and even bring their friends on board from all of those exciting deals, exciting portals, exciting new games through them all.
And the reason why consumers can be more interested in the platform is actually bring them more profit. Now they have a personal life more, figuring what they are looking for, what they want to buy, what experience they want to do. And moreover, that can transfer the experience to benefit into the physical world. So they have more value added to that and will keep customers in the platform, while we still remain the authenticity of the platform.
Questions now from our Chief Revenue Officer.
I only picked up on mention of hiring salespeople around the timeline piece, but I didn't see much detail around what kind of salespeople will you be hiring, how many might you think that you would need in order to go out and target a lot of partner brands that you're thinking about?
For sure. So in order to help with this project, we recommend 25 sales staff that will have a marketing officer ensuring that everything runs smoothly. So these salespeople, we are actually referring to them as marketing staff, as they will help reaching out to specific brands, as my colleague Alex have outlined before, and making those connections and building the relationships with those brands and guiding them through the onboarding process.
So will they own the relationship with the brands even after they've been brought onto the platform? On an ongoing basis?
Yes, they will, because on the process there's going to be about maintenance, updating. So the main point of contact will be the sales people that are originally connecting the brand with the platform, and they will be the one who have the brand to resolve the issue or connecting them with our developer.
Thank you.
And now questions from our Chief Marketing Officer.
Just a follow-on question from Colin. What's the rationale behind calling your Salesforce marketing team?
The reason behind that is because we want to give it a more fulfilling title. So yes, they are sales, they are part of the sales team. However, they are part of also marketing. So they are ensuring they're reaching out to brands. They are promoting Roblox. Even if a connection or relationship isn't being built, they're still putting the name out there. And that's where the marketing name came up, but Alex would love to take over.
Okay, I'm going to move to my next question, if that's okay.
Of course.
I'm interested not just in how we tell the story to brands, I'm interested in how we tell the story to our community. And can you maybe speak to how we're going to authentically communicate these changes in a way that aligns with the values of the company?
I'd love to take that question. So when it comes to authentically making it Roblox, that's why we made it a mall. Roblox is about taking that real-world dynamic and giving it the Roblox spin, giving it a place that people can immerse themselves from the real world into the game. And when it comes to the safeguards we put in place to make sure the community gains onto this with great traction, is the developer spotlight. That makes sure the developers get on board, especially with the big contention about the badge. This allows them to access up through the ranks and really helps them out. And when it comes to users, we've seen the YouTube partnership that was a massive success, and even to today, they are still trading those items between them. That's something they've been really looking forward to by giving them more opportunities in that, something they love. And when it comes to the game, it keeps it fresh for them. As items, you can give away an item and get some Robux for to buy another one. So really add to a community that they get to develop from, and previously we've seen it really do enjoy.
And do you plan on communicating that change to our users?
Of course.
Yes, we are planning to do that. That can be done through our newsletter, email, we probably collect the data from them, but it can be also done internally. Before launching the mall, we also launching ad, immersive ad using billboard, but start also like all the material in the platform already announcing the change of the mall. And in the mall, they're going to sort of brand talk about the change, what's going on, what happened that they're going to bring to them. And during the process, in the sort of 4 years, there will be constant update from our end, which will deliver to consumer.
Thank you.
And now to our Chief Operations Officer.
Thank you, guys. From your plan and overall, what do you think our primary revenue stream will be? And how would this contribute to our overall financial health?
That's an excellent question. Thank you so much. Can you please go back to the revenue slide? So the primary revenue stream of this will be the manufacturing fees that you will be charging on each item. With this, the scarcity model, there will be a limited amount of items so that there is that hype per se amongst the users that use the Roblox, and that will allow you to charge a certain portion. Now our calculation was 50 million items, and each user will purchase on average 2 items. So this is a pessimistic estimate. However, it does lead to about $75 million, and we estimate a fees of 75 cents per item charge. So the whole plan of this is to have that mall where students, where youth can buy their items, and that your company will make revenues off those fees that you charge on those items.
A very quick follow-up. What KPIs should we track to assess the success of this plan?
You please go on that KPI slide as well. So the biggest factor is to have all the brands in the malls, and that would be to have 100 partner brands by 2025. This would allow multiple items and as a diverse range of items to be in store in the mall for users to purchase. And this will also increase your bookings, the in-game currency, and the spending to $3 billion of revenue for your company. Those would be the 2 biggest KPIs that we would measure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. On the slide that you have there, you have 200 million users by 2025. Can you articulate a little bit more how we're going to achieve those increased user numbers?
Thank you. That's a great question. When it comes to the community that your Roblox really develops, that's how we're going to be expanding the user base so much as well. When it comes to the reinvesting in developers will have more opportunities to put their products out there and their experiences out there that will drive people there. When it comes to our partnerships mentioned in the marketing plan, there will be in-store and in-game partnerships. So we'll be transferring people into the real world, into Roblox, and Roblox into the real world. That really generates a hype around new users and user attention through the scarcity of items. People have a reason to stay around, to keep their inventories updated, and to really hold on to those collectibles. So we're both having those retention and new users come together.
Last question from me, Ben. Our values are very important to the company and help us grow our community. Can you explain to me how you use values in making your final recommendation?
Thank you. I'll do this one. We use the value in the Kindred community and the action. The action is going to be happening immediately by allowing the developers to come in to the stores and bypass the badges to really build that action-based community.
So they ask you to stay in the room because in a few minutes the next thing will arrive. So that will be the last presentation.
So you can
Amazing. Oh, yeah. It was a great opportunity
You're on time, so.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Alles gut, danke. All right, then, boys, well, thank you for.
Welcome to the championship finals of the 28th annual NIBS Worldwide Business Case Competition. At this time, we are to turn off all mobile phones and other mobile devices. As a courtesy to presenters, please do not leave until both presentation and Q&A session are complete. The team presented today is from Dublin. The presentation will last a maximum of 15 minutes. I will sign the presenters when there are 10, 5, 3, and 1 minute left. Team members, please nod after seeing each sign to confirm that you have seen it. You must stop when I indicate that the time is up, even if you're not finished. After the presentation, the judging panel will have 10 minutes to ask questions. I will sign the presenters and judges when there are 5, 3, and 1 minute left. Once again, you must stop when time is up, even if you're not finished. Now, I invite each member of our judging panel to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul O'Reilly. I lead the TU Dublin Entrepreneurship Learning Centre called Growth, but I'm here today as the CEO of Roblox.
My name is Dr. Donald O'Brien. I'm lecturer here in TU Dublin in Global Strategy, and I will be acting as the Chief Strategy Officer today.
Hi, my name is Colin Bohanna. I'm a business consultant and advisor to technology startups and scale-ups, and today I will be the Chief Marketing Officer.
Hello, I'm Dr. Tengini. I'm the head of the School of Marketing and Entrepreneurship here in TU Dublin. And for today's purposes, I'll be the Chief Marketing Officer.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hamad, and I'm a Senior Client Success Specialist at Indeed, based in London. And for the purposes of today's presentation, I will be the COO, Chief Operating Officer.
Team, may start the presentation. During our journey in Ireland, we experienced that people love Gaelic football, and we want to show you how we'll bring this exemplary excitement during the metaverse. Dear Roblox management team, we are Pro Consulting Dublin, and welcome to our strategy post. I will talk about why we're even here today. My colleague Amelia will then talk about where your company currently is at. My colleague Sally will address how you can solve your challenge, and my colleague Mina will then show you how you can implement the best alternative. I will then talk about the financial impact and possible risks. But let's start. Why are you here today? So right now your company has 3 major issues. Right now you have to find out a new way of revenue streams while still driving excitement and engagement. Also, you have to meet high expectation of different stakeholders. Anyone leverage the metaverse to stay relevant to already existing and new users and brands. This leads to your challenge of how to maintain revenue growth in the post-pandemic era and reaching 1 billion users by 2023. And we will solve that with our solution called Joint Experience, where we'll monetize, maximize, and measure metaverse. And this will have an impact of a positive EBIT by 2024. We'll achieve 1 billion active users by 2030. We will have 4 major collaborations during the year. But Emilia, what is the company doing it?
Yeah, thank you, Costa. So far, so let's start with the status quo and let's have a look at your stakeholders. We were able to identify all these stakeholders. The first one here would be the government. They want you to be in compliance with all the laws and restrictions. And there's also the management team. They want you to be in alignment with the mission and values of the company. Another group that's really important is, of course, the shareholders, because they want you to have a positive net income. Then there's also brands for possible partnerships, and they hope to gain awareness, engagement, and also conversion of partnering with you. Then let's have a look at the most important stakeholder groups out there. The first one of that would be the developers. They want a share of revenue and also appreciation from your company. And then last but not least, the users, they just want a great experience. So all in all, brands are interested in the metaverse, but they still feel uncertainty about it. Users and developers influence stakeholders and are therefore really important. Now let's have a look at your users. We were able to identify two groups. The first one is represented by young Jasmine. She's around 11 years old and therefore she's metaverse native. She doesn't get any advertisements because of restrictions and laws, and she just wants to play games and have fun in the metaverse. The second group is represented by young adult Alvin. He is 21 years old and he's therefore more of a metaverse colonist. He seeks fun experiences in the metaverse. He wants socializing because it's really important for him, and he also wants to express his self-identity there. So you have different user groups that must be advertised differently, and they also have different needs. Now let's have a quick look at your current financial situation, but for that I will hand over to Mike.
Thank you, Miguel. So as you can see on the left-hand side, your total cost of expenses would be your bookings would be high enough to cover these costs. But on the other hand side, you can see that your revenue is not totally accountable. So therefore, you have a net income loss and net loss of minus 503 million. And as you can see on the right-hand side, your revenue and your bookings are increasing, but it's increasing slightly year by year. So to sum it all together up, you have a net loss because of unaccountable revenues. And also your performance peaked during COVID, but your growth is still increasing. But let's have a look at a more important resource, at your users. So your users are split equally 50-50 to under 30 aged and over 30 aged. And as you can see on the right-hand side, it's increasing slightly, but it's important to look that over 13 years old users are increasing better or faster than the others. But Emilia, can you sum it all up together now?
Yeah, thank you, Sally, for the quick professional insight. So now let me conclude the analysis real quick. By first having a look at your strengths, starting just with the biggest ones here. So your biggest strength is that you have a really skilled workforce, and you also have a lot of experience from existing partnerships, like for example the one with Mariah Carey. But where there are strengths, there are weaknesses, so let's have a look at them. First of all, you just have a negative income at the moment, and that's just a weakness of yours. So now let's have a look at the opportunities we were able to identify. The first one here would be the accelerated technological development and the remote work and studies due to COVID-19, and also that the metaverse is currently just a big trend in general. Now, last but not least, let's have a look at the threats. The biggest ones here would be that there are current brief laws that are restricting data collection and also targeted advertising. And then last but not least, new advertising laws. By taking those strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, we were able to derive 3 strategic options out of them. The first one here would be joint experience, the second one would be Roblox Limited, and the last one would be monthly metaverse. But Sally, could you tell us more about all these options?
Of course, Emilia. So let's have a look on monthly metaverse. Therefore, you would introduce a monthly fee for Metaverse to use the platform. Therefore, you could benefit from planned and consistent revenue, but on the other hand side, it could be that you scare off existing but also new users. So let's have a look on our second alternative, Roblox Limited. Therefore, you introduce a scarcity economy, so you would introduce a second market and limit products, and therefore you could benefit from attracting new customers because of the second market. But on the other hand side, the second market is very unsure. You don't know how it will be developed, and also you couldn't have control about the possible loss. And last but not least, we have the joint experience. Therefore, you would implement advertisements in your existing worlds and create new experiences together with suitable companies or suitable brands. So therefore, you could benefit from an attractive way to address brands and also monetize your Roblox. But on the other hand side, there's a risk that the users will be scared or won't take it, and the engagement rate will low. So let's have a look which alternative is the best for you. On the left-hand side, you can see the criteria, and the most important for you is the expected revenue, but also the user engagement because of the importance of your users, but also of your stakeholders. And as you can see on the right-hand side, the most suitable or the highest scoring alternative is joint experience. But Emilia, can you tell us more about it?
Thank you, Sari. Yes, I can. So, joint experience. It's a safe way to generate revenue streams, and it's also predictable. And we chose joint experience due to the growing use of brands, due to attractive brand experience. But what should we do? Introducing a new product, a new revenue stream, and appreciate the developers. And how do we do that? I will show you now. Here we implemented 3 steps. First of all, monetize metaverse. Second, maximize metaverse. And third, measure metaverse. Starting with monetize metaverse and have a quick look back to our analyze where we had our user groups. And of course, as already Emilia said, and government restrictions are, you cannot do some advertisements to the young Jasmine, but you don't neglect her. You can't neglect her because of the she's relevant for ads in the future. So first of all, your target group for advertisement would be young adult Oren, and he also has a higher purchasing power. How do you reach brands? As we know, brands often have a lack of education how to use your company in a right and efficient way, and therefore we recommend some online events where you explain how the metaverse is used and how companies can benefit from it. And you can also work together with some marketing agencies and use success stories of former corporations like Nike or Gucci or anything else. And it's really important that you present the advantages of your company, the low entry barriers, that you have so many users and a skilled workforce. And how do we now gain some additional revenue? We thought about some promotion bundles. And herefore, as a potential partner for you in future, we did this with the example of Adidas, a German company. And we would recommend to implement 3 types of promotion bundles. First of all, the basic experience means that brands can buy image ads in the world, in the experience worlds, like banners you all see in the real world outside, like out-of-home advertisements, and the amateurs can walk by during the experience. The second bundle is the advanced experience. Also here, we would recommend to sell image ads, like branded products, which can be integrated in the experiences. For example, avatars can play football on an Adidas playground, and these kind of ads create an experience by offering the real-life items in the game. While we know from your company that's important for you to transfer the real world in the virtual world. And the third bundle we thought of would be a premium experience, which is of course the most expensive one. And herefore, you could use the portal ads to directly reach the brand's own experience world. So the user can use these portals to go to the world of the brand. So Roblox creates the brand world of the world offering to the brand, and for example, kind of different experiences. So Adidas, for example, can do something like a design competition in its own world, where users can create their own shoes and vote and communicate and interact with another, and the design which wins can, for example, be awarded by voucher for the user, or for example, Adidas can produce it. It's not the first time they did something like that. The rate of revenue in these promotion bundles are generated by price per impression, and 10% goes to the developer of the experience. We also thought about development as a service to offer to brands, because often they're struggling in develop those worlds. And here we would recommend you to additional hire some employees, and the price of course depends on the size of the project. The next step I already talked about is to appreciate the developers. For example, due to an award which awards the best developer, the best experiences in a year. And also you can give some appreciation to the developers when they get the ads from well-known brands from yours. But it's also important how to attract users. So brands must provide incentives to get their target group to the world and your platform, for example, like vouchers or discounts. And you should use own advertisement, like for example, use influencers, streamers, or gamers, and they can advertise the world and, for example, become a seller. Or you could use social media ads without brands like TikTok or Instagram. And To measure your success, we created some KPIs. We love to discuss with you in the Q&A, sorry. And here you can see we considered all the interests of your stakeholders. Brands are becoming more important over time with our strategy, but all issues and all interests are addressed. And how we would order all the implementation steps are now presented by my colleague Kasma.
Thank you, I think that's a great implementation plan. So let's have a look on our timeline. So we'll start by 2023, and we want to have finished our hiring of our new teams by mid of 2023, as you can see here with our first major milestone. Then the development of the promotion bundle should also be finished by mid 2023 with our new specialized team therefore. And as you can see on both bundles underneath, we want to sell the premium bundles like 4 times a year to not overconsume our customers, so it's still special, and we want to sell our basic and advanced bundles also when the development is finished through the whole time. And as you can also see, the social media ads should go over all the time, as well as the controlling of our KPIs, and the awards will take place once a year. So, of course, we also have a look on the financial impact. So as you can see on the left-hand side, we made 3 scenario analytics. So as you can see on our realistic one, your EBIT will be positive by 2024. And as you can see on the right-hand side, with a growth rate of 45% a year, you will achieve your goal of 1 billion daily active users by 2023. So let's have also a look on our contingency plan, since we also considered some possible risks. So the biggest risk would be that we have monotypic ads and therefore a decrease in engagement. And this can be mitigated by focusing on selling the premium bundles, so creating experience together with the brand and not just using regular image ads. So let's sum everything up. Your key issues of finding new ways of revenue, as well as meeting high expectations of stakeholders and staying relevant for already existing and new users and brands, which leads to your current challenge of how to maintain revenue growth in a post-pandemic era and reach 1 billion users by 2023 can be resolved with our strategy called Joint Experience, where we want to monetize with collaboration with brands. Also want to maximize metaverse with even a bigger user group, and we want to measure it. Therefore, you will have positive EBIT by 2024. You will have 1 billion active users by 2030, and approximately 4 collaborations with major brands per year. So, well, are you excited yet? Thank you so much for your attention. We'd love to discuss our strategy with you. We now have 10 minutes for the Q&A period.
Thank you very much. We'll start with our Chief Strategy Officer.
Thank you very much, guys. And can I just take it back a little bit earlier in your analysis and about some of our strengths and weaknesses, and tell me a bit about how this plan is going to address that issue, particularly around profitability. We're finding it very hard to make profit here. And tell me some more specifics about how this plan is actually going to drive profitability for us.
Well, thank you for that question. And maybe you can jump at the financial analysis. Sorry. No, wrong way. So there we can analysis. Yeah. So there we can see that your problem is not that your revenue aren't high enough, but your bookings are high enough to cover your costs. But the problem is you are not able to cover these costs with your bookings, because you have to consider that not all that money is spent and your revenue is only a short part of these bookings. And therefore, we introduced a new additional revenue stream, which is predictable, which is plannable, and this covers the gap between the cost and the revenue.
Thank you. And in terms of those stakeholders that you talked about earlier on, how do you feel your plan? Like, can you tell me a bit more about some of the risks there might be in terms of doing this for some of our stakeholders and what they expect from us?
So we of course thought about all the risks. So one risk we thought about is for the users. So we thought that the great experience could be in risk by placing ads in there. But we solved that risk by really creating experiences with the ads. So we don't want to just place ads. Yes, we have the basic package where they are just ads placed, but the users can pass by, so they are not annoyed by it, they don't have to watch it. But moreover, we have ads that really create an experience. For example, we have a football playground sponsored by Adidas, so it's an ad, Adidas has to pay for it, but users can experience it. They can play football because it's there, and they can have fun together. Then we have the world, so the experience there is even bigger. There are contests, they can try on new shoes, they can create new shoes, so the risks of the experience getting lost, which was a big one for your company, is solved by that one.
Thank you, Amelia. I would love to add something to that if that's okay for you. We also thought about possible risk regarding the government, since it was already mentioned that there's a blurring line between marketing and experience, and especially for younger target groups. So we want to solve that problem with only addressing the ads to a target group of over 30. So therefore, we should be fine with the government as well.
And in terms of your plan, this will involve a lot of us working with brands to educate them. Do you see that as us needing to develop a whole new set of capabilities in the company, and could some of our users see that as a potential negative?
Well, I can answer that one for you. Thank you for the question. I don't think you need a new set of capabilities for that, because we thought of WebEx events for companies where you just tell what your company does, and I don't think new capabilities need to be built for that, because everyone in the company should know why the company is there. So you should tell people what your company does, and then you should talk about your benefits. Everyone, so salespeople especially, should know about the benefits. So also new capabilities are not in there.
Now for our Chief Revenue Officer, some questions.
What's your rationale for limiting the premium bundles to 4 per year, given the amount of users that we have? How did you come to that number?
So thank you for the question. So we thought it would be more exclusive to have only 4 events a year. So every quarter event, one new event, it would be more exclusive, and also the awareness for these events would be high, because it's, like I mentioned, it's limited. It's more exclusive than, for example, the basic product, which is over the year.
And when you talk about the different packages and bundles, then you've got working with agencies, then you have the dev as a service. Have you thought through about how you will go out from a sales perspective and bring those various different options out into the market? It would be quite complex for what you're thinking on how you would do that.
Okay, of course, we considered that a long time, and we came to a really quick conclusion. We talked a lot, but the conclusion was easy. You have salespeople, of course you have them, and why not using the salespeople you already have to represent the bundles we thought of, and you also can talk about those bundles in the online events, for example. Use the things, the channels you already have to advertise what's new.
And also, if I might add something to that, we talked about promoting your business as your own. So with influencers, for example, so they can promote the bundles and all of that. We had a couple of examples on the side of like Twitch influencers, so they can promote it as well.
Thank you.
And now our Chief Marketing Officer.
I'm interested in how you're going to tell the story to our existing community, reflecting on our value of respect and community. Can you talk to that for a minute?
Sure. So we always have your community in mind, and for your community, it's only a good thing. So they get more experiences. They have great brands, not only in real life, but also in metaverse. So it's a great thing, and also developers have benefits out of that, because by placing ads, they get money. And it was, as you were able to see in our stakeholder map, it was their need. They wanted to get part of the revenue, and by placing ads, they even have more opportunities to gain money out of it. So it's nothing complicated to communicate. It's really a great thing. So we can plan like a big event at the beginning in Metaverse where everyone can take part, and you can just announce it like it's a really big, great thing.
Thank you, Amelia. I would love to add something to that. Of course, we're not using our own advertising to address new customers, but also the customers we already have. So, of course, the customers we already have are interested in things like streaming or gaming, and they will, of course, follow these influencers and will then hear about it. So we will use that for new and existing customers.
Thank you. And reflecting on another of our values around responsibility in relation to bringing in more brand advertising, do you see any risks related to traversing the many different regulatory environments that you're going to be working with brands in.
I'm very sorry, could you rephrase the last sentence?
Yes, so the marketing regulation will differ from territory to territory. Do you think that this presents a significant risk to your strategy?
So we consider risk. For example, we have a red list with topics that cannot be advertised, like alcohol, drugs, no matter how old the customers are, we won't advertise it because you never know exactly if it's the real age or something. It won't be advertised. And then we also really try to target advertisements so that the younger people don't see advertisements that old people see. So it's really specialized, but there won't be like advertisements for alcohol or something like that.
Thank you.
Our Chief Operations Officer.
Thank you. A very quick one from me, and apologies if I missed this in your slides. What is your contingency if the brands you guys are proposing, I think you guys mentioned Adidas, Gucci, Nike, what if they don't come on board? And what are your pricing options? So if let's say, for example, they do come on board, what are the pricing options? What are we saying? What is there a split between revenue between us and the brand? Or are we charging them a fee just to come onto the platform? What's the pricing look like?
Thank you for the question. I would love to answer the first part of the question. So what would we do if they would not want to come to us? So my colleague Emilia and Nina talked about offering training courses to inform them about what we are actually doing. And brands know that it's really important nowadays and will increasingly get more important in the future to advertise their brand in the metaverse. Therefore, we want to focus on these training offers. And we also want to stress our success stories. We already have like example Mariah Carey, how successful this was. So we want to show them what they could do when they follow us.
And just to that point, are we hiring a new team for this? The training program, is this going to be a brand new training program? Or?
Yeah, we thought about our own team for the whole bundle project, about many employees working just focused on the bundle.
And to answer your second question about the prices, so we think it's very individual how you will price or how you will calculate these prices for this project, because it depends on the budget the brand or your corporation partner will have. And therefore we have our own developers, they will develop it for them, depending how big the work is, for example, and they will also gain additional revenue through these sales, through these projects they will implement, so 20% sales fee.
Thank you very much.
We still have our target of 1 billion users by 2030. Could you elaborate a little bit more on how we're going to get there? You have a lot in your presentation about how we're going to use members we have, leverage from them, but how are we going to build?
Thank you for the question, but I think it's better to look at the implementations because there are way more interesting things to look about. So we are looking forward to cooperate, for example, with influencers, for example, with streamers. So they are also in this bubble, in this gaming bubble, in the streaming bubble, and they will bring their community with them to our.
So now the jury will deliberate, and of course we're all very anxious to know who won, but that will be announced at the gala dinner. So you have to be patient for a few more hours. For students, for the coaches, we will leave, I think, 7 o'clock sharp from the hotel. No?
Have to be at the restaurant at 7 p.m.
So we leave at
6:45.
6:45, 4:27, 6:45, we leave from the hotel. Maybe somebody got some sleep as well. See you all tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be back there. I just need to save the screen. Not yet. Sorry, go on.
No, that's fine.
How are you?
What time is the building closing?
Oh, sorry, today is, I think it's again, so it's Wednesday, so we're close to the.
Okay.
But you're gonna be there for 7. That's all right, go for 7. The only thing we need to do is get a big upward box. Anyway, I didn't see this because we were not really sure about okay.
It was absolutely lovely. I was here chatting. I got this last two.
Oh, good.
So that's great. And lovely. So it's good. I didn't mean to not take your hands, but I had to tell them.
What's he said?
He said, he said, no, it says it.
What's what anybody was? Robin did it last night, and I'll have it.
He didn't manage on that.
It's on 2 days.
Oh, he's indefinitely in it. I know, no one can see it. It's hiding down.
Serious? We're afraid what might happen afterwards. Oh boy, are we happy?
I'd say.
Sorry, I need to save this stream.
One other thing,
Sorry, yes?
I just added something really small. I didn't need you to implement it, but I thought I'd let you know. I got, look at this, what we